How is this not moving? Thank you, Let's Get Weird. Oh, yeah, that's right. You went to. Man, you guys need to freaking put away those maple leafs. Don't let them hang around. I can't stand Maple Leaf fans. Gotta freaking get it done. Yeah. Did Allmark play game one? I think he did, right? Or did they alternate like they said they were going to do? MOB on watch. Oh, come on. No? Huh. No, I didn't get to Goodwill. I looked for one, but I was kind of in the boonies. There's no one. There wasn't one where I was. Damn. Oh my gosh. Come on. How'd that not go? EDVL. MLEX shot up. Not really sure why. Oh my gosh, this thing's still moving. You got a diagonal through here too. Something like that. I like the penny stocks. They tend to, recently anyway, act normal. They don't get manipulated. It's like, well, at least not as bad anyway. We rarely see the complete fallout of price. So gotta wait a little bit here. Oh my gosh, it's going. I have this at 13 cents and I didn't take it. Freaking A. Why am I taking so much size? Pretty tight. 1 minute. HWH 5 minute looking decent. There hasn't been 2 minutes of no volume all morning. As soon as I get in, volume's gone. Seriously. Yeah. Nothing. Oh, and now we're just skipping. This is prime for a shop, but not a sk- Alright, whatever. $7:30 news right around the corner. I was really excited for that. Didn't go. Damn. All right, 7:30. Here we go. Mid-flight sugar rush. Let's go, bud. CYN could go here. 19.6. SMX daily. Not sure what the news is. Thanks for Tesla tonight. I don't know what the news is on this thing. Stock purchase agreement. What does that mean? What does that even mean? HWH5. CYN are ripping. SMX is a D-spec. The news is kind of vague. Scores $30 million stock purchase agreement to accelerate ambitious 2024, but there's no details. Is that a typo? Probably. They may be more profitable than other car companies, but they're also trading at a valuation much higher than their competitors. So if their profits are getting squeezed, that multiple is going to get adjusted rapidly. And that's what you kind of been seeing. I mean, good God, this thing is getting beat up. Down 50% in just under a year. Is that 50? 54%. Sony, I don't know. I cannot believe I had this at 13 cents and I didn't take it. I was like, John Deere. Oh, wow. Didn't take it. CYN had a headline about being put into John Deere's, what is it, supply base. Nice diagonal on the daily. Didn't take it. Just watched it. Daily Cock ZCMD. And right back down. That's funny. Okay. Chat rooms are pumping this. This might go over yesterday's high in juice. See if 750 holds. Oof. Give it all back. Okay, lower day. MNDR. Yeah, once you get that daily cock, it's off to the races again. I don't see anything I'm gonna miss here. I'm gonna take my body break. o'clock news. Huh.
Come on.
How did I come up with my trading method, Tom? Trial and error, really, honestly. When I started out, there was not a ton of ways to learn besides knowing what to look for, which I didn't. So it was trial and error, and then it was just trial and error. My trading method isn't anything special. It has been around forever, but I didn't know what it was called at the time. I didn't know how to find it. I didn't know what it was. Just pattern recognition. Joe's are 33. Let's go, bud. EWTX Orphan Drug. JT. It's the only thing moving so far. NKGN. Not really a fan of it, but just because of the daily. See if it does anything on a pullback. Okay. Okay, now I'm interested. It stays over this diagonal. Huh. Tesla, Jerry. Yeah, I saw that. No, I've never powder coated. How would you do that at home? It's good for cooking. This earnings is not setting up to be pretty on Tesla, is it? Use old ovens? Huh. Nothing like a bunch of cuts right before an earnings report. It's a 1 minute cock here. 7. Of course it worked. SMFL. That's what's his face, isn't it? Zach Morris. This is Zach Morris. It's gotta be. Nope. He didn't post about it. And someone's pumping this. G-Sun's related to SMFL? I've never known them to go together. Great. So now we got Zach Morris moving stocks pre-market now. Well, yeah, and he was long it 2 days ago, I thought. I mean, someone put in. Now he does have a new Discord, which I think you have to pay to get into. I wonder if he mentioned it in there. I'm surprised he's allowed to get in, do Discord again. Well, his case was dismissed. What was I thinking? Light pump up, big fall down. Silo, positive results. Hell yeah. PTSD treatment. Oh, am I at 39? Really holding up. I won that 250. Go. Take it. I'll take it. That got me back to green. Not really pulling away from this 250 level. Jake, I'm not freaking open. I know what that's gonna be. This is 290. EDBL again. What is this janked? Oh, I've seen this dude. Freaking goes to lick it. The lick it guy. That's what everybody wants. Freaking gross. So... The Bluetooth headset. No, couldn't do it. LYT. Daily cock. I like that. What's that? 40. Well, shit, I got it, and now it's just going to give it back. $437 can hold, which is the daily cock. This thing can go, but doesn't look like buyers are stepping in here. A bow out. Damn it. This is like sub-million float, I think. LYT is Zach Morris. Like just now? No. Has he been in LYT? Ugh. I don't recall him talking about that one. On a PR or a run? Drone mission in Ukraine. Pally with that news now popping up here. Damn. Jeez. $8.20. For 27 million. eFresh selling something for 27 million. 1847 cabinets for 27 million. Market cap is 2 million. Wonder how much debt they have. $120. Let's go, Tommy. Now I know who really loves me. Like soils. Yeah, I see that on LIT now. He's created the daily cock, though. So it kind of needs to move. Go under the shirt. Jeez. All right, Meebot is garbage, man. Jeez, it's putting these tweets like 30 minutes late. I'm taking it out of the Discord, or not Meebot, but the Zach Morris tweets. It's like that doesn't help us. Shut up, Zach. Allie's sitting down here on the 9 EMA. Missed it. Revolution's 41 months. Let's go, buddy. Damn you. Jeez. Holy jeez, dude. You never sleep. 100 billion mega fab. Where are they going to put it? 100 billion. New York? Of all freaking places. Why New York? Unless I got a sweet tax deal package or something. Like, I just don't understand why you would pick. The funds from the CHIP Act. That makes sense. So it is funded. Five seconds. Apple underway. Wow. Barclays, no mercy, huh? $1 million private placement. That's it? At what price? 226. This might actually move on that. Oh, that's warrants. Oh, $2 a share. Warrants at 226. Oh gosh. I don't know what my face looks like, but definitely had my times of doing homework on the way to school. It's gonna do it. Goes. And then that asshole. Whoever that is, gonna cut it out. Whatever. before May 10th? We'll see. I kind of hope we keep seeing pullbacks in pot, but this 860 levels holding up decently. Probably 5-minute. Kind of pulled back a bit too much. See if we get any 9 o'clock news. Wait, this went low a day and then came all the way back up? Huh. SMFL broke. Damn it. Damn it. How'd that not get filled? Trumia News Corp. It's been a good trader on the days that, it's moved. Yesterday, pretty tight candle, but it did have the continuation that didn't do anything. So is the move to the downside if like that 3450 breaks? I don't know, but it's been a good mover. So I wonder what spot does when it opens. All right, that's the W. It should go. How does that not go? Buyer now. 65. Look how thick it is, man. No. You're getting 200,000 shares and you can't move more than 10 cents on a 700, 800, what is the float? 780? 780K float? Come on. All right, 20-cent move. Still, I expect way more than that. Oh, it's just Pally. Auto volume. Hmm. $27 million contract. In tech and cybersecurity devices contracts during Q1 of 2024. That seems like a significant headline. Mm. That's a. Just nothing. Nothing really this morning. Freaking dead. Over 54 might be something. Little cook and go. Fire soon to be. That needs a flip. Little wedge here. Freaking E-Train. Where does this come from? Get this MACD to flip. You should be Gucci. Yuck. All right, 5 minute break. Be back for the open. Something's moving. I don't know. It's so glad I woke up 6:45. Alright, let's see what these freaking garbage stocks have. Store for us data. DJT. MFL over 7. Let things settle in here. See where they're going to set. T-shirts? What the hell are you talking about? Pally. 740. Heavy. $13. Thought I was gonna go. How does that not go? Did that cock it? Yeah. I'm just gonna hang it up there. That should have gone. GRR continuation. That moved pretty nicely yesterday. G down. Am I looking at something that's not happening? Whoa, TradingView is lagging. Anyone else is TradingView lagging, or is it just mine? Did I restart this thing? Wow. It was a good 20 seconds behind there. Screws up at the bell sometimes. Never had that before. There we go. I refreshed and everything looks fine now. That was weird. DJT downside move. This is kind of what I was thinking here. 34.50. Pally over highs. GL call at 11. Roger that. DXYZ. SMFL getting wrecked. LYT moving again. Zach Morris, is that who you're talking about? He's pumping stocks again. YSG. Kind of like this lit. Breaking the previous high. I think there's a diagonal through here. This 80's interesting. This is 82. Pally trying for high day again. CYN penny play. Got some levels here at 25. Pally expensive to 20 cents a share, really? There's your 25. CYN. Cannot believe I had that at 13 cents. NIVF hitting the scanners. What are you doing here, bud? All right, continuation. That was a nice little break at 160. It's 9:45. Thank you. Thanks for the follow, guys. Shuppy Baby, Walters Avenger, Alan. Appreciate it, guys. Pull up a chair, get cozy. Let's try to make some freaking money. We're doing okay this morning, 225. Trying to find some Momo, though. Or some price compression or something. GL trading above the ask. Is it even possible? Jeez. 426 at 25 cents. 20,000 open interest. Wow. Someone's betting on a Tesla collapse. That's for today. Jeez. Dude, there's no way Tesla goes under 100, right? 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 Tesla under 100. That'd only be, well, what's Ford and GM? Maybe it's starting to, well, yeah, shit. It could go under 100, I guess. And EDBL, big pop. And Bally's gone. EDBL, nice pop. Let's see, there's probably a diagonal here that's breaking. Yeah. Jeez. Right back down. Okay. 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 Dude. Let me just look at spot. Spot 5 minute. Three. Kind of a 2-point wedge forming here. Squeeze. All right, 30 seconds. EDBL right back up. Watch that thing. Rip. Watch EDBL over 750. I cannot believe it's right back up. Market. Not really moving off of that news. Now it's kind of going. You're ripping right now. Oh, of course, the one I'm in doesn't go with the market, goes against the market. This is what tool do I use to trade? Watch this. This is a little clip on. Why isn't it working? Oops, setup. There you go. Watch that little clip. It shows you my setup. 5-minute cut now, of course. DJT coming back up. 86 is the 5-minute. Just give it low. Yeah, I'm just kind of surprised we're moving as well as we are. LYT still going. It's a nice W. LYT pushing 5 now. Declining volume, moving up. It better go soon, or it ain't gonna go without a pullback. So we got our cuck. Thanks to me. 76. Still like it. What is this? Don't you dare. So you got Bitcoin. EDBL wedging out a bit. I can't believe that didn't break 750. If this piece of shit goes. Anaconda. What do you got? What do you have? Pally kind of doing something here. 730. Wow, didn't go. Give it a second. That was a W. That should have gone 724. Yeah, I'm gonna get out. That's a dubs, man. With some cuckage. So, are we looking at like, are rate sensitive stocks moving right now? Is that the play? Solar. Yeah, I was just looking at solar. Pally again. Trying. GSM Big Pop. Sure what that was about. It's ripping. SoFi. Nice one.
You smell that? What is that?
Salt, let's go, bud. Gifting out 10.
No.
Well, you know it's SoFi. What's your position?
No.
You still have full, or are you scaling out now? What you doing there, homie? There's Pally breaking the level. MFI. That's yesterday's pumper, right? Yep. Okay, good fill. Small win. Jeez. And went down to 13. Pally, Brooks. Oh, that's the move I was looking for right there. It's the higher $8. 750 hold. Watch it rip now. $23 and me. Pretty light volume right now. CZO halted on that move. Wow. MFI with a W here over 75, 1375. Just chill for a second. Holy dung suck Phil. Fucking filled it. Oh my gosh. What a garbage fill. All right, I'm just going to get out because that was horrible. Rather not get stuck in a really bad fill there. EDBL might have some here. This is a. Jesus. This cucked the level 18. Just a 5-minute. Let's call it that. It's got some price compression. Can't get this candlestick to form. Just not going to give it to me. That's a wall of sellers. I hit it twice. Thank you. Okay. Good idea. Didn't work though. MFI 1 minute 14:50. This is one where I'm going to use a limit order. Pally, Diane. Yeah, CZOO open. What did that do? Trying to continue. Spotify with a 5-minute. There's a failed cuck here. Watch over 307.89. Can I not get the... Thank you. Good fill. Apple announcing an event. What app? May 7th event on Apple. Did they say what? Any hints? Five-minute now is 44. 107.44. Right there. Please don't cuck. IZM move? cock, didn't do anything. Gotta let it go. Comes back up, I'll play it, but sees you. MFI. Is this a 5-minute? Apple reportedly developing its own silicon for AI servers. If that's the Apple event. Oh, no. Inject bleach. MSOX. There's that 860 level holding up on the MSOS. MF5 5-minute is over 85. All right, DJT coming down to that 3450 level. Is this shortable for me? Nope, of course not. There it is. DJT. It's the daily cock. I'm gonna try some here. It's a weak headline. Damn. Freaking robbery. When this flushed down, my puts didn't move one freaking bit. Otherwise, I would have sold. And no, MFI 5 minute looking good. Spotify, I'm still waiting for a 5 minute. Oh, that did do a 5 minute. So now I need 307.90 break. Freaking horseshit. As soon as I hit the sell button, oh, drop the bid, drop it. Absolute garbage. Trying to sell through here. As soon as I hit the market order, it dropped the bid on me to screw me over. Still waiting on that Spotify here. And there it goes. Jeez. Ripped right through the levels. Damn it, dude. They're slow going through on this. BTCM, nice pop. CZOO. Zap? I don't think so. I could see what you're stepping in there. I like the smell of it. It's a cuck. Just doing nothing. Of course. All right, I'll let this one. Are we green now? All right, we're back to green. I'll let this one play out a little bit. Whoa. Social media, ABVC. NIVF high day. Didn't see that coming. Daily continuation over that 189. $2,600% before? I don't have 2,600%. Do they do a reverse split? Is that why you're saying that? Unmod soils and make the critic. So what else? Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, tell it's a slow morning. Zap. This was halted? Yeah. NIVF. Nice move. Spotify 5-minute. Retest the diagonal. Looks juicy. 1160. Okay. Let's go through 1223. We broke it. 13. Ooh, good fill, E-turd. Imagine if that was a size. That would have been hot. Would have turned me on. All right. They got high day on deck. That was a big one. This can hold 3, 13, 15. T. What message, Mert? I don't even see your message. Listen, I encourage my mods to abuse their power. Camden has been told, I know he's watching right now. Cam, you know what you need to do to come back. He just refuses to do it, boys and girls. It's on Cam. Fake streamer. It's no fun when you're reasonable and mature. Oh, can watch anymore. No, you can watch when you're banned. I see him in stream all the time. He can't read chat. It's on the damn screen, dumb nuts. He can read chat. I don't have it set so banned people can't watch. I don't even know how to change that if that's possible. Market is just juicing, boys and girls. Listen, I just found out what I needed to do for Twitch Plus yesterday. And that's what, a year old? Poor shit that it's not gifted subs. Freaking garbage. FSLR 5-minute. You know how to make a pollcator? It's /POLL enter, and then it gives you the prompt. Or take a poll. Oh my gosh. Freaking ASOILs. You know, there's one way to stop that, Surfax. Tech Jock. Yeah, pretty much bogus. Heck, still kicking. Where are we at on the day now? $74. Jeez. Go video go. Is it ripping? Look at the buyers in NIVF. Jeez. Walters, welcome aboard, my friend. First a sub. I'm sorry, first a follow, then a sub, all in the same day. Walter, you trying to turn me on? You're doing a darn good job. I appreciate you joining the best stock streaming channel on Twitch. And by the way, we don't talk about it enough, but the longer that you sub to the channel, and this is scientifically unproven, and that's a fact, you may or may not become better looking over time. I guarantee it. Dong gets thick too. Wow, that's a side effect I wasn't aware of. However, I have been measuring mine in feet recently. Still waiting. Tiny mouse feet. You see I got a tiny mouse cock there, Soils? Hmm? Huh? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, I want you to beg, Soils. I want you to beg. Beg. That's right. That's right. Be scared. Scared. Say I can have your first ex-wife, Soils, and you're forgiven. Horse caca. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Suck those toes, boy. Suck them toes. I gotta find a level on this thing. Pretty much right here. Let's close up shop. What? Sell? Sell? Okay. I got the price I wanted. Kind of a bit of a pivot right here, so I'll cover it up there. What was that, a 70% winner? 80%? That's what we do. That's what we do with one freaking contract. Hmm. Ariana Grande foot mouth. It's on YouTube. Not sure she's even legal. She put her foot in her mouth. She's stealing my freaking content. Freaking bitch. I couldn't tell you. She's a singer, right? I couldn't even tell you a freaking song she sings. Wait, she's a Nickelodeon chick? This was on Nickelodeon? Are you freaking kidding me? Are you shitting me right now? I don't even know if I could show this. I mean, I guess I could. It was on Nickelodeon. Where have you been? Dude, I don't watch Nickelodeon. I don't even know who this person is. I mean, I've heard the name. I don't think I've ever seen a picture of her. I'm watching the clip. Dan Schneider sexualizing Ariana Grande on Nickelodeon. It's a 3-minute clip. I can't show it. It's too sexualized. It's nuts. So the first thing is have you ever tried to put your big toe in your mouth? And then it's like her rolling around, putting her big toe in her mouth with her eyes closed. Then it's dudes using super soakers and Springer, which is kind of weird, whatever. And now the next one is have you ever tried to get water out of or juice out of a potato? And imagine her with 2 hands on a potato in a sexual manner, squeezing it with the moans that go along with it. How in the world? Dude, this is whack. Are you shitting me right now? I'm mute Discord. I apologize. Is it possible for a girl to drink water upside down? She goes to the edge of a bed and puts her head over the edge and then proceeds to dump a bottle of water on her chest and face. How is this? We need a freaking asteroid, like, quick. This is extremely disturbing. Okay. NCI open. Oh, guess what? Sub $5 IPO. Mm-hmm. Dude, that is really disturbing. I don't know if she is underage or not, but she represents an underage girl in the show, it looks like. And how many underage girls are watching that? Good God. And you wonder what's wrong with society. Can we not sexualize everything? Holy hell. It's from years ago. She was underage. Jeez. Back to cock and cucks. Let me be clear. Can we not sexualize the youth? Jeez. Everything else, okay. God, that is disturbing. I can't believe that aired on Nickelodeon. Dude, Nickelodeon back in the day, we were watching people get slimed. Oh my gosh, now I can't even look at slime in normal anymore. At least people weren't moaning when they were getting slimed. What happened to like Dare and Double Dare? You remember that game show? That was freaking the bomb, Daddy. Or Guts. That was prime Nickelodeon, man. The aggro crag, that's right. Damn you, fucking A. Freaking clips. Legends of the Hidden Temple, that's right. What's this one, Mutt? What do you got? Whoa! Amanda Bynes. She was a Nickelodeon person too. I've seen the current version of her before. I didn't know she was Nickelodeon. Yeah. Well, no, I wonder why. I wonder what shit she had to go through. Was she the same time? I'm getting obviously caught up on this now. Was she on at the same time as the other chick was? She was earlier? Well, okay. Does she looks like someone that just would spill the beans. She looks rough now. Golly. What the hell, rambling? Was a grown ass man. Jeez. I want to see a rough look at that model, Cara Delevingne, before and after. Oh. And jeez. Holy hell, dude, that is disturbing. Poor freaking kids, just trying to make their dreams come true of being on TV, doing whatever they say. And wow. Okay. Think it's the parent stream? Maybe. Shame on their parents. I mean, no doubt. They're seeing what their kids are doing. It's true patience. CZO going again. Yeah, nice move. That was a nice 5-minute. Probably weren't allowed on set. They could see it on TV. There's no way that they, as a parent, not allowed on set. I'd put that in the freaking contract. Jeez. When dad tried to say something, they banned him to, and the mother filed for full custody. Jeez. So the mom was like pushing it on what kid? Question is, what would you do to be famous? You do, SJ? Nice, William. I would too. I think it was one of the boys on Drake and Josh. Well, I sucked toes on the internet and it didn't do anything for me. So, what else is there? I did. I did. Sucking in person. Jeez. Damn, that was a good play. Hopefully somebody here got that. Um, Gee. Quiet on set. Oh, Speaking of things, Nick sent me a couple of videos I wanted to watch. I forgot all about it. All right, let's watch. Oops. I got something that'll firm up.
You're waiting for that
That
turn.
must have been
I'm not buying
awkward
the
then if you didn't hear
$7
what he
here.
said.
I'm buying it on what I call the right side of the V after that turn is in.
Right.
That market down day. So I was trading with the counter trend. This ticker SOS, this was not a huge winner, but a decent example. And what we have is the stock panics off the open. We then kind of start to firm up. 2-minute bars are holding prior bar lows. We have like a little break of prior bar highs, very clear entry, and very simple system allows you to capture that move. And again, because you're waiting for that turn, I'm not buying the $7 here. I'm buying it on what I call the right side of the V after that turn is in, and I'm taking no heat on that. Easy peasy, I have a tight stop. That is just a textbook trade for me. Some of the bigger winners, it's also laughable to see this chart, which was in the 140s. Stock really panics, flushes out right around the open. I again wait for that turn just based on a very simple system of prior bar highs being broken. And we make a really nice counter trend and capture that. And so the other key for people watching this is, why am I trading these tickers? It's because these tickers were the most in play. The Workhorse had a huge fresh news catalyst. The SI, the SOS, the Tesla, which is going to be my next chart, these stocks were making the biggest, most extended moves. So if the stock market is panicking, I want to find the stocks that are panicking the most and flushing out the most, the biggest price ranges. And of course, that's tickers that don't have fresh news. So then I can capture that counter trend when they're bouncing. Final ticker, Tesla, more of a household name. This trended weak into the open. We break the trend. And so now once we break that trend, catch a really nice leg, we're kind of testing up towards the highs, light pullback. It's totally acceptable to have another buy there because you're still going with the trend, a little continuation play. Why didn't I sell on this bar? It's a little bit too early to sell because we just broke out. At that point, I might want to just give it to the breakout level. Allows me to catch just a little bit more. So the beauty of this day was stocks were hyper in play between both the market and the breaking news. I took no heat anywhere, right? So there were days in my career where I'd be putting up 6-figure days, 7-figure days. I'd be doing that on really tight stops because so often if I was ever drawing down, that would be a signal to me that, Lance, odds are you're structuring this trade wrong, right? It's one thing if you take a trade for size and it doesn't work, but so often if I was like really, really fighting or really, really drawing down and it wasn't just up, trade failed, that's a signal to me there's probably a smarter way to structure this. I don't need to be buying on the left side when things are still going down and we're holding prior bar highs as we head lower. I don't need to buy there. I can wait for that turn. And so my fourth challenge to you is for you to do the same project that I did, the same project that let me really break out. Dissect your own trading to find where in your strategies you could better optimize by always being with the trend or finding ways to not fight the trend. Then with all those rules and everything, I want you to document it with the charts and write-ups, and it really will change your trading. Like it did for me, and like it's such a worthwhile project. Like I can't think of any trader, regardless of time frame, regardless of specialty, that wouldn't benefit from this. So in summary, you're going to find all the ways to define the trend. You're going to make a list of rules that you should be following based on whether a stock is trending or range bound. Then you're going to systemize reasons why you personally feel trends begin and end. Then dissecting your trading over the last couple of years, all the winners and big losers. Where can this thinking better help you optimize your strategies? So look, guys, I'm not a jealous man. We can all fall in love with the trend. It's got a lot of love to give because I know it's helped so many people throughout history, right? From Jesse Livermore until now, thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of traders have all found that living with the trend, loving the trend has rewarded them and done them so well. So I want you to really take the time and reflect on this. Are there places where you can avoid losses by being with the trend? Are there ways where you can hold on and to the trend longer and find more reward? Are there ways that you can size up when the trend on multiple timeframes is confirming? Thank you all for listening, and I'd love to now open it up to questions.
Yeah, awesome, Lance. Thank you so much for that. And there are a few good ones coming in. I've got some as well. Thank you so much for taking the time to put that together. This is the perfect time. If you do have a question for Lance, drop it in the live chat as I go through these first few ones. First, there's a good one from Perk, I believe, about that 223 day. He was wondering if you could elaborate more about how you found the big movers to short or buy on the bounce. Were you really looking for stocks that had catalysts? Where were you looking to find those catalysts? Or were you doing any screens for high volume, something similar to that?
Yeah, great question. So when I'm trying to do those mean reversion plays where the stock flushes out and then I'm buying that counter trend, so I'm looking for stocks that in an ideal world don't have news, right? The market's down, I can't remember at this point, 2-3%, whatever, maybe more. I want to find the stocks down the most without news. It's not that I won't ever do mean reversion for a stock with a catalyst. I might do that, but it's much more difficult. In an ideal world, I want the stocks with no fresh news. They're just the ones that are panicking more than the market. Somebody's scared, somebody's dumping, someone's getting liquidated. So part of finding the right tickers is, for starters, doing the pre-market prep and figuring out what does and what does not have news. So, whether it's Trade the News, Bloomberg, Briefing, there's a zillion different news sources. A lot of them help you find out with like pre-market reports what's moving. Then the other tool that helps is there's a lot of scanners you can use or build or program. I've mostly been on the prop side, so I've had pro software that's not available to the public, but I'm sure people on Twitter or elsewhere can help you out with the names of public software. It does exist. I know a lot of people use it. But with a lot of these scanners, what I'm looking for is what's gapping down the most, what's doing the most pre-market volume. And a lot of software places also have just price spike filters. And you can, again, if you have programming background, you can kind of construct all this stuff yourself anyways, but there is definitely packages out there that offer this. And so what I'm looking for is what are the stocks down the most pre-market? Then off the open, what are the stocks really making lows? You can have filters for breaking new lows and showing you what % they're down. And so I try to find those charts where it's like, whoa, Qs are down 3. I've done the work, so I know what tickers have news on them, why everything's moving and why. This ticker, it's been weak. Now we're really, really panicking. So a lot of it is a mix of pre-market prep, then having those tech scanners to identify that.
Yeah, perfect. Before I get to my next question, I do want to touch on risk management a little bit because it's such an important part of a long-term career in trading. Can you discuss the different ways that you manage risk to make sure that any one trade can't take you out completely out of the game?
Shares trading up
Yep.
just 5 cents.
So risk management actually was one of my biggest weaknesses, which is surprising to a lot of people that I could have had such a strong career. And part of my poor risk management, the only reason I had a career was because I was doing stuff with a lot of edge. So I could get away with some of these big losses, but that doesn't mean it was fun. So around this time, and this kind of is that story of like, wow, like I need to really tighten my ship up, and I can't take these losses. They're just not fun. They're demotivating. Like part of the issue with big rips is it's just they spur such a negative feedback loop. So I kind of had my moment of reflection, and a lot of those big rips came when I didn't have a stop. And it sounds like trading 101, but a lot of what I was doing was mean reversion when things were really panicking. And so part of those big losses came because I didn't have a stop in some of these trades because I wasn't waiting for the turn. And so the first thing I did was I removed any type of trading where I didn't have a stop. And like, look, there can always be flukes where a stock gets halted or a stock has fluke news on you. Like there's nothing that can ever take that black swan risk away. Like that's happened to me multiple times. But so step one, I'd really dissect any trade you have that doesn't have a stop and find again, there is a way to structure it so you can have a stop. So that's step one. Step two for risk management then is knowing how much you want to risk in different types of setups and also based on the quality of setup. And so I actually tweeted this out yesterday. It came up from a great question with one of the traders I work with. And he said, how do you kind of really choose those risk amounts? Like if you know a setup is great or whatnot. And my answer was, you want to risk towards what would be an optimal amount, but you never want to risk so much that if some trades go wrong or a couple trades go wrong, you never want to lose enough that it becomes demotivating or anywhere near the amount that can take you out of the game. And so that's kind of how you roughly find how to do that. And then I'd say, okay, these are my setups. These are how I would rate. This is an A setup for this. This is a B setup. This is a C setup. Then I'd have set risk amounts. Okay. If I'm going to risk maybe 10K on an A, I want to risk 3K on a B. I might only want to risk 1K on a C. Whatever is the right amount for you. There's no perfect answer, but it's really about kind of systemizing your playbook, always having a stop in there and kind of really deducing what am I okay taking that won't mess me up and won't bother my motivation and demotivate me and all that.
Yeah, perfect. And I just want to say before I ask my next question, I really love the challenge idea. I think that's perfect. It really emphasizes the need that you need to, establish rules, but also put in the work, find examples, and that's how you kind of build, not only the rules, but also kind of the mental intuition about a setup and recognize different characteristics. So I think that's really important. Would you be able to go back to one of the examples about, it might be the Tesla one where you're talking about the turn and the start of the right side of the V, because my question is, if you could go a little bit deeper, yeah, I think this is good. What are the characteristics you look for to identify that the right side of the V is beginning? You've definitely touched on a bunch, but just to reemphasize that point, because I think that is a really key aspect of your expertise.
Yep. So let's dive down a little bit more into that. Trading really is a game of nuances. And so people will say, oh, this is death by 1,000 paper cuts or whatever. And so much is the more nuanced and detailed you become, when you start to play the very, very best hands, that's what gets your win rate much, much higher. And so I didn't want to just drown people in charts, but if you were to pull up the daily charts for these tickers here, what you're going to find is these daily charts were so exceptionally extended. Like these stocks were puking out huge moves in a matter of a couple days, right? So what we have is we have something that's totally puking and capitulating on the daily chart. We have something that's totally puking and capitulating on the intraday. I cut off the volume on this chart just I didn't know how much viewers would be able to see if I made things too small. But in all these charts, volume's capitulating big. And so if you try to do this in stocks that aren't really in play, right? Like my personal belief is 99% of stocks most of the time, 99% of the time are just noise, right? And in a lot of the timeframes, there isn't edge unless something is trending or making an exceptional move, right? If you told me, Lance, you need to spend your career trading Sirius or GE or this or that stock, everything rotates, whether it's in play or out of play. And I want to move to the markets and the tickers that are the most trending, the most in play. And so the first step for everything is to be in the right names. And it doesn't matter your time frame, right? Like there's years where if you were to trade oil or nat gas or gold or whatever, it's not going to move more than a 0.5% today. It's going to go nowhere. It's just range bound years. But if you traded nat gas, last year, or oil, the last couple of years, it's like you were going to do exceptionally well because it was in play.
So ticker
then within
GL,
that,
Golf Lima, sure see any
really
spike
what
in
I want to
activity.
find is, and again, like those details that I'm touching on, like, so volume, what does volume capitulation like? So one simple heuristic I'll throw out is, in an ideal world, I want to see 2x volume on that bar than the prior bar. So that might be at a daily time frame. That might be at the intraday time frame, ideally both. And so when you get something that's doing huge puke out volume on the daily, then intraday it does huge puke out volume. That's what starts to really align those things to increase.
Shares
those odds.
continuing to
So
sell
those
off
are
for
some of the
GL
nuances
Globe,
I'm looking for, right?
Globe
And
Life
again,
company
like, it
conducting
doesn't mean
conference
I
call.
won't trade something if it doesn't align, but that might affect my sizing. It might affect how many attempts I choose to give it. And so then the bigger and more extended, the better, right? So let's say this Tesla didn't work, because people will say, oh, Lance, how do you know? Like, maybe you could have bought here, right? And that's totally true. And if you stop out, which I do all the time, that's fine, right? But if something kind of gets better, where it's a faster move, it's more capitulation, it's gone further now, that's what you really want, where all those things are just getting better. And so I'm really trying to get my odds as high as possible on my side, where like those moves where the price is just skipping and it's like, oh my God, like, how are we here now? We were just there, like a Broadcom, AVGO. That buyout still messes me up. But like Broadcom, when that went to 920 that one day,
No, that's not
unlike the
automated.
prior
That's
days in
a
Broadcom,
service I
where I had
subscribe
these charts
to.
up, it was steady Eddie,
Calls
right?
out stuff
Silver
like that.
one. That stock just ramped off the open, right? After multiple days, where that stock on the daily chart, if you got Chris up there, he would have said, oh my God, look how extended this is above the 200 moving average. So you get all those swing traders saying, oh my God, this is becoming a sell. Then you get all those day traders that are saying, oh my God, this just went
The
too far too
service.
fast.
And
so
these
it's
are the two that I
aligning
use.
the
They're new
confluence of
services.
all these
Benzinga
nuances
Pro is the
that
one that you
really
heard.
kind of make it happen.
They have two
Yeah,
squawk
that's super
services in the
helpful.
Benzinga
And
Pro.
there's
One is
kind of
their
a similar
normal
follow-up
squawk, and one
question
is a
from
high
Short
beta
Bear.
squawk.
What you look for to
High beta one, I
size
think,
up?
is the one that
What
called
are
out
some of
GL
those
first.
nuances that would tell you this is an A++ setup, and you'll commit more capital to that trade?
Yep. I mean, really, we should have Lucas answering that question as the real GOAT. So I think this is also where it's so important to be very systematic. Some people like systemizing, some people don't, but I think most people would be better moving further towards that. And I think what's so cool about those challenges I gave is it really forces traders to
Yeah,
get
beta
things
has
down
been
on
freaking
paper,
money, dude.
right? So what you can do if you want,
You don't hear
can
Cheese
write
talking
down
shit
for
about
each
beta, do you,
category
Cheese?
have.
Huh?
Maybe it's
Huh,
breakout, maybe it's
Cheese?
mean reversion, maybe it's a breaking news catalyst. And what I
Beta
would recommend
freaking
you
beats
do is
Bloomberg
start to
half
write
the time.
all your different categories down, right? So let's take breaking news. With breaking news, we can have strength of the headline. How big is this headline potentially? Is it something like they fired one employee, or is it Workhorse saying we're screwed, it's the end of the world, it's over? Or is it NVIDIA saying, guess what?
Damn, dude.
AI is off the charts. We're
That bounce.
guiding up
Okay,
some
there we go.
huge,
That's
massive
better.
amount. So one variable is strength of the catalyst for this case. We can also say, how in play is this ticker? Something like gold on a big catalyst
What
is
is
not going to
going on
move
here?
anywhere close to an NVIDIA, right? Gold, I like to think, is probably never say never, but the odds of it having a 40% up day, much lower. So how in play or volatile is the stock? We can also do another variable.
Well, I'll take my
Is the stock
$25.
breaking out into new prices? How many people do we have on our sides with those trends? What does the volume look like in this?
Damn
How is the
it.
chart setting up so that I can?
This is a great, so this is
if
like
I'm
picture
able to get
perfect
that NVIDIA
candle
on
under
that
candle play.
headline,
You don't see
and
too many of
how I
them
mentioned that
too
reference
often in the
price,
market that
the
we're
final
having
trend,
right now,
if
but
I can get my stock really close to that.
You know, we talk
reference
about the
price, if I
pop
can get
pullback
that
candle
within
over
5
candle for long
points,
plays. This is
that's a
the
way different trade
reverse,
than
and
the
it's
10
this is
points
picture
within that reference
perfect. This is
price.
exactly
So we
what you
start to
want.
have all these
A
different
drop,
variables,
bounce,
right?
bounce,
Maybe this
especially with
stock is massive
a
shortage.
failed
If
cock,
it is massive
and then
shortage, I'm
candle
gonna
under
take that
candle
number
with
way,
your
way
entry
higher,
being
right?
right there
What is the positioning in the
and
sentiment?
taking profit.
Nvidia was
Through
a
there.
little bit overextended going into that, right?
That was picture
There were
perfect.
people that were very short that name. When that fundamental catalyst comes in and blows out that sentiment,
NIV.
oh my God,
Jeez.
those people need to cover. And so what I would urge people to do is take each of their trade categories, systemize all the different variables. Rank
Where would
them
I
as
stop
far
out
as
on a cuck?
importance, and
So
then when that trade
it
comes,
would be twofold.
with
So
more and
if I
more
got the
practice,
candle
you
under
can
candle,
know your most important variables, how strong that catalyst is on them.
say
and
say
then
that
you
it
can
looked
size it
just like
accordingly based
this
on that.
without
And so there's a
obviously
lot
it
of
going.
people I know
And you go
that
candle under
crushed that
candle,
Nvidia
right?
earnings
My
headline
absolute
because they
stop
knew
would
all
be
those
the
variables. They
high
did
of
that
the
well.
current candle I'm in.
So I
So if
think
it
that
dipped down
really
and then came right
helps
back up to
people
this
size.
level, I'm
And
out.
what I always say is do gradual. right?
Really, in
Do
reality,
gradual and build up over
if I get
time.
the
You don't
candle
need to
under
be
candle
zero.
and
The
it doesn't
worst
go
thing you
anywhere
can
and
do
just
is
kind of
size up
stops,
too
I'm
much,
out.
take a big loss, and then take a step back because you're scared.
And then, like,
right? Never push
if
your
for
comfort
some
zone so
reason I
much
gave it a
that
little bit more
losses
wiggle
are gonna
round,
demotivate
wiggle
us as
room,
well.
it'd be the next candle over candle. I'm stopping out,
Yeah.
and certainly
Awesome.
there as well.
There are a few questions about your specific entry points. Are they
So, like,
typically
if we went like
above,
this,
looks like this one, the
and
2-bar
then
high,
this
on
candle
that turn?
broke
How do you
here,
decide basically that
I'm
pivot point,
certainly stopping out.
That spot, that specific spot on the chart
And if
where
or
you're gonna
for some reason held through that, I am
Yep. So a lot
certainly
of people
stopping out
ask
there.
me, why do I use 2-minute bar? It's not magic. Again, I personally view that technicals are all fractals. You know, I can apply this to 1 minute, 5 minute, daily, week, month, year, whatever. It's all kind of the same. There's pros and cons to each. The reason why I use 2-minute bars is simply because for me being a day trader, it was the right level of granularity. And I was able to catch the type of leg that I wanted to catch, right? It would be kind of silly to be a day trader and use like a monthly chart where I'm getting in, making an entry, then I don't do anything for the next month. It would kind of defeat the purpose. And so one thing that's interesting, especially with the mean
Oh, sorry.
reversion
Yeah,
plays,
I can unmute.
is a lot of this stuff doesn't need to be backwards looking. And so often when stocks are really, really in play and melting, they're going to hold those prior bar
So
lows.
now we have a level
And
here
so
on
when stocks are holding and trending
right there that
prior bar
you got
lows
this
or
flush
prior
out,
bar
but now you
highs,
come
in
right
this
back
case, the
up to
prior
it.
bar
You could get a
highs.
nice move up to maybe
So
VWAP
in
or
this
beyond
case,
if
you
this level
can,
breaks.
without the benefit
Because that bounce is a little much, honestly.
Of
Let's see
hindsight,
if I put a fib
where
on it.
in this moment in time, I can see that this
Yeah,
stock's
so
largely been holding.
If I was short
prior bar
still,
highs. In that
and we're
FRC
coming right back
chart
up to
that I
this level
gave,
where we
I
failed
have
before,
the benefit of hindsight, where
I
I
would
can
be
look
using
and I
that as
can
my
see
stop.
that stock on the way down is holding that. I don't need to know the rest. I
Agent.
know that this was trending down cleanly. In the GameStop example, that stock was melting and holding those prior bar highs. And so in real time, I can recognize, whoa, this is making a really huge trend. And as it's trending, this is trending cleanly defined as holding that, right? And so last week I posted
Tesla
this
to
chart
terminate
of
2,688
SDA, Sierra
employees
Delta
in
Alpha.
its Texas
Made a
factory. That's from a
beautiful
one
clean
notice
trend.
Damn,
by
Tesla.
Reuters
higher,
now,
kind of
TSLA.
capitulated,
More people
and sure
getting
enough,
laid off.
it breaks and we hold a
Dude, there's
super
no
clean
way
trend
this
down. And
earnings
so many people
report is
say,
gonna
"Oh,
be
that's
good."
that's hindsight. But it's not, right? Like in real
There's just no
time,
way.
At that moment when it turns, I can see how huge that trend was. And that it's not coincidental, right? That's the point. If you all trust me, I'm telling you that given something makes a huge in-play trend lower cleanly, the probability of it turning cleanly is way, way, way higher than noise otherwise. And I think that's what people conceptually miss. And that can be a very game-changing concept for people.
Do we
Yeah,
just
that's
buy
the key
10,
nugget there.
110 puts?
I also saw a few questions about.
I tell you what, if the account was
how you
over 50K,
decide
I'd do it.
to, sell your position after it's moved out the right hand.
Maybe the
right-hand side.
120s if I was feeling
here
frisky.
I see you've got a sell market.
Really
cap.
had some money to
Did
play
that
with.
Take out a 2-minute bar low.
CVNA,
what's basically your
Carvana.
decision?
Exactly.
The
Yep, yep.
May 95
so-
calls trading, Charlie Victor.
So for the most
November
part, like
Alpha,
I do
CVNA.
tend to intentionally simplify things for these presentations.
Cats are because of his
the
robots.
reality is my
Oh,
trading is a mix
but they're
of
not.
System, and science, but also a little.
He doesn't
bit
have that
of-
many
of an
robots.
art. But I found when teaching people, right, I probably, had a handful of trainees, dozens of people I've mentored over the years. When teaching people, you want to give people the simplest system possible to remove discretion and to in real time when all this is happening
Be ready,
as
Dick.
easy as possible. So when I would train people, I would say, look, this is your rule. Your trailing stop is going to be those 2-minute bar lows in this example. And then they'll see my trading. They'll be like, Lance, why'd you take a little off here? Or why'd you do that? And it's like, look, that's part of the art. And so to give people a simple rule of when there might be the exception to my normal one.
The question
if
is how much
something-
of a
let's say I'm
pullback?
riding a trend higher and then it
mean, this
capitulates
is-
in my favor. If something's
It's already
capitulating and
15%
getting euphoric and
pullback.
pulling
How many
away
of
from
how
that
much of a
trend,
bad
I
earnings
might
report
take
is this
off some
priced
or
in?
even all. So on Twitter, I have a write-up of this like MSTR Carvana tech panic day
I think it's
last
today,
year,
isn't
I think
he?
in May. And I discussed why I sold my MSTR into kind of a upside capitulation. So in general, I try to simply either use the level and then that prior bar trailer. But look, there are exceptions, and it's the simplest one I can give is if something capitulates in my favor and gets overextended, I'll definitely start to take some off.
Yeah, I think perfect. That's helpful. Another good question from the short bear. How does Lance include sentiment into a capitulation trade? Does he wait until everyone is vocally on one side?
Yep. So I think sentiment is so important. And so what I really get people at SMB to do, or really anyone I work with, is to have a running dialogue in your head of where sentiment might lie. So let's say, and again, you can use any scale you want, but let's say like 0 is neutral. The stock is just dead flat doing nothing. And let's say positive 10 is bullish, slope of 1, like very sustainably bullish. And let's say 20 is like euphoric, where it's so bullish, like you don't even want to be long anymore. And vice versa, bullish, negative slope of 1 is negative 10, then just like pure puking panic, end of the world is negative 20. I try to always have a running dialogue of what the stock, whether it's the intraday chart, whether it's the daily chart, whether it's reading the tape, right? So if something is -1, I keep in mind, wow, Lance, like, okay, this is steady bearish. If I'm doing a mean reversion, I want every
this Lance?
chart
You
to
mean
really become
Lance
the -20,
Breitstein?
panicking, puking, everyone's scared. And that's so important because what happens is when everyone's being liquidated, when everyone's scared, that leaves everything so skewed the other way. An example of that
This is a Nick
the
recommended
Tesla
video.
chart that I went over, right? Like when Tesla goes from 300 holding up strong and then boom, it goes to 100 in a matter of a month or two.
No, I don't know this
everyone's
guy.
saying,
Nick
oh my God, this is the
recommended
end.
this video
blah,
and
blah, blah,
another
blah.
one.
If anyone's going to panic, they're going to panic then. And what happens is you get this massive volume turnover. And at that peak sentiment moment, you get people establishing new prices, right? So all those people that are puking their shares at 100,
S&P Capital.
you get this whole new wave of buyers that are now new longs. And that leaves this very asymmetric thing as far as the market participants. And so I'd say I'm always trying to think like, where is sentiment and am I trading it correctly, right? Like if something ever becomes, positive 15 or close to positive 20 where it's euphoric and I'm long, I recognize I need to get out. That's where I might start to scaling some out. So like that's also a really good task for people is to have this internal dialogue that as these charts are
Nice little
moving,
level
you're
there on
constantly
Apple.
saying like, okay, we're consolidating, we're actually holding up like really, really well. So we might even be, +3, +4, like up, we break out. How strongly, how quickly are we going? Is it a sustainable breakout? Are we kind of puttering around? And like that dialogue is really important to help you kind of gain a sense of this. And it's all based on like that sentiment.
Yeah, great. And a question I wanted to ask you was, after you've identified a stock that you see it's flushing down, you're looking for that mean reversion trade, what are you specifically doing as you're watching it develop that setup?
One ticker GL Golf Lima Globe Life says firm Wilmer Hale hired to review short seller allegations.
And what are you physically doing? Are you setting alerts right below those highs as it's flushing down? Just kind of walk me through, as you're ready to prepare for a trade, what are you going through? What steps are you taking?
Totally. So one simple thing I would do is I would use 100 shares for this, but like the more important point is like you can use 1 share or whatever is going to be kind of a rounding error for you. So from one of the prior questions, I talked about having a watch list of stocks down the most. And so what I will always do is if markets are weak and things are panicking, I'm going to throw, like I would do 100 shares, but again, you can use 1 share, like 100 was just, pretty small, but like I would throw these limit orders way deep, low in the market where I might be interested if a stock really, really panicked, right? Because some of these opens can be really hectic, or some of these trading days when stocks are panicking. So I always try to have like a little kind of just starter position way below the market where it's like, if this gets filled, like, okay, Lance, you need to watch your attention. And so when these moves are happening, I'm really just going through that checklist, right? So I can avoid the Tesla losses. And so I'm not falling into the trap. And it sounds silly. Like
Having
at
a
this
poker?
point, I don't need
Kinda got
a
tired of it
checklist
for a
just
little
because
bit.
I've done it so many
Did it
times.
every
But when I
single
was
day.
learning and developing these skills, I would do the system,
Kinda
obviously
got,
systemizing of everything like I described
burn
in
out,
this
having
presentation.
to pay
And I would
attention
build this little checklist. And
to something that
on
long.
my desk, I'd have all these little note cards. Okay, if this is going to be a mean reversion counter trend play, this is my checklist. If it's breaking news, this is my checklist. If it's a breakout, this is my checklist. And when these things are panicking, I'd just be rereading that and going through that and going through that, because that allows you, it helps you make
Jeez, that's a
or
weird thing to
avoid
say in a
unforced
men's locker
errors.
room.
And so it's so important to know that criteria dead cold, because I think so many people end up falling for these traps because they don't do the work to know what everything is. They're not conscious. Like, to build this awareness and this consciousness, you need to be drilling yourself in real time. It needs to be the stream of consciousness in your head to help you avoid those errors. And if that means having a little paper checklist that you're running through as you're typing these, and you have your little alerts lower, it's so important, and like any
GL,
little
is this going to
mantra,
retrace in
you know,
juice?
like on these
Over
big
the
days,
618
I have
here.
on my daily report card, wait for the turn, wait for the turn, wait for the turn.
What's up, Stomp
Live with the
Tips?
trend, because it's that internal dialogue.
I'm sure
is
there's
essential
some
when the
kind
pressure's
of
up. You need
streaming
to,
game we can
perform.
find
This-
and play.
This game moves fast.
And it sounds like some of those steps are to really make sure you're being disciplined and help with the mental side too, so you're confident and ready when you finally do get the turn that you're waiting for.
Yep, and your
What's up, boys and
job
girls?
during the day
Feeling
is
juice
really
here?
just the real progress and work happens after hours. During the day, if you're decently experienced, your job is to execute. And part of executing is making sure, like, if you've got this system and this game plan, your sole job is to follow it and make sure you follow it. It's not to think about what tweaks can I make. It's not to be studying other
Oh,
stuff.
SJ's in it.
When
Yeah,
you're
dump it, dump it,
playing
dump
a
it, dump it.
game, right? Like if you're playing in the pros in the NBA, nobody's thinking about tape and what they're going to do and what drills they're going to do. They're just saying, I need to execute. This is what I need to execute. This is our game plan to win this game. And when the Heat play tonight, right? That's
I was
what they're
looking for
gonna
that
be
72
thinking
break
about,
and just
is
like rip it.
what are
No.
the things
Cooler stepped
that
in,
we
boys.
decided is gonna make
400
this a
green
success.
candles in a
I need to
row,
keep
one
that
red
front
one
of
when I
mind.
touch
I
it.
need to not get emotional.
Suck
I
a
need to
dick.
not get FOMO. I need to not worry
Oh,
about
he's
the
out?
scoreboard.
Okay,
I
send.
need to execute based on what we decided.
Yeah, perfect. There's some other really good questions coming in. First from this person. After capitulation, sometimes the low is breached before the real move happens. Does Lance set his stop at prior bar low, or does he give it a little bit more room? So I guess in the circumstance where you've got that capitulation, maybe a structure forms there, it undercuts a little bit and then takes off. How do you kind of handle that situation?
Yep. So that's a great question. And well, I think most of all, I have a great point to make on this is I am always getting out at my stop if that gets
Yeah, I do
breached,
like that
right? It's
entry.
just, again, it goes back to that risk management. Even if I think like, oh my God, could this stock really do another leg? So often, if those lows are getting breached, the answer
Sorry,
is
I
yes.
touched it. Jeez,
And
I didn't know you were
I
in it.
think the more important point here is if you're in the really, really best setups, your win rate goes up. And so, yeah, I'm not saying like that
Wow, we're
never
getting
happens
50
where you
cent
kind of
spreads
just
here.
get just wicked out and then it kind of just goes. Like I tend to, if I end up missing that, kind of so be it. But like
Sorry,
The
boys. I
best
cooled
thing
it.
I would
Cooled
equate
it.
is I like using poker analogies. Sometimes you might have what you think are pocket aces, and it just doesn't work. It kind of gets
ABV
whipped
scene.
out. Like at that point, that's the equivalent of like, Jack Queen, 10 or something coming on the board, and you're just like, oh no, my hand looked awesome, but if anybody just caught 3 of a pair, if anybody just caught a straight, now I'm in trouble. And so I tend to not beat myself up
The
too much when I
25
get
go
stopped
now.
out. But what I will say is the absolute
AFRM,
best trades
JP
where
Morgan out with a
everything
note has a
is
neutral
aligning in
rating
your favor.
on
So
firm
often
said
you avoid those
this
situations
announcement
because
by
it's just
Walmart
everybody's recognizing, oh my God, that was a flush out, that was a
with
panic,
their
and you're
one,
gone. And it allows really
buy
this
now, pay later
cushion in your
service.
trading where
It
like when
highlights the
prices move
importance,
so
foresight,
fast
and
and the volume is just
wisdom
so
of
high,
launching the
you
Affirm
really tend to
card
avoid a lot of those little chop outs. Like
with Visa.
again, I'm not saying it
That's,
never
Alpha
happens,
Foxtrot
but in
Romeo
the
Michael.
really best setups where when you have your variables, you're like, oh, this was 8 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Most of them tend to just be gone. And it's not coincidental
right there.
when you go through the data like that.
28.
Yeah, perfect. There's another good question here from Alan. Does Lance have any tips for overtrading or having
30?
the confidence to wait for proper setups? I think overtrading, is an issue that a lot of traders deal with. So yeah, what are your thoughts on that, and how would you encourage patience and the ability to wait for those A+,
Damn
8
near
out of 10, 9 out of 10,
750,000.
10
Yep. So this is a big
Million
one.
shares
I've done
traded.
A really good tweet.
It was 5
on this. So
cents.
if you advanced search the one Lance B on Twitter, over trading. But essentially, what I say is the number one thing. Not the number one, but the first step is
card at Trillium. Could you dive into some of the criteria that was a part of that report card? What would you grade yourself on every day, and maybe just as a larger topic, the importance of having something like this and the importance of journaling and tracking everything?
Yeah, great question. If there's any super easy thing people can do to start elevating their game, like this is another great thing. So I've posted
NCI
on Twitter,
5
and I've even
minute.
done
Interesting.
an S&P Capital video on this.
Pretty
It's
tight.
kind of, I think Mike kind of really got the trend going for a lot of this, but I've shared my template of what my daily report card looked like. I would fill this out every single day without exception. And people take this up on FinTwit. They'll do it for a week. They'll do it for a month. They fall off. I did this for years, never, ever missing a day, right? And so first thing is the daily report card consists of one
And
most important thing you're working on to elevate your game. For me, like I said many times, it was, I am going to live with the trend. Every trend I do today, my goal is to make it not fighting the trend. And then you also have your rules and your system for how you're going to follow that. Maybe it means I need to wait for prior bar highs. I need to do this. I need to do that. I'm going to be conscious in the trade. And then, so what you grade yourself each day is whether you followed, it's not whether you made money or not. You grade yourself on whether you followed that objective. So if it was trading with the trend, I might give myself an A if every trend followed with it. And then it would also include kind of, you can make it however you want, but I would include a detailed write-up of each important chart that day, only the best ones. It also include during the day, I would do a pre-market temp check, meaning like, am I well rested? Am I focused? Or am I feeling FOMO? Am I sick? Am I under the weather? Am I frustrated? Am I in a hole? And that would actually dictate how much I might risk that day. So if the market's super in play and I'm feeling great and I've been trading really well, I'm going to push my risk that day. And every couple hours, I would check in and kind of do, I would take a mental break and say like, okay, have I been following my rules? Have I risked the amounts I should be risking? Have I avoided what I should be avoiding? And it's all a tool to really increase consciousness and awareness each day and to make forward progress. Because so many people slog around aimlessly when every single day I want it to be better, even if just a little bit, than the prior day.
Buyback.
And so no day would go by where I didn't analyze the charts and figure out some way to make myself better and really do the deep review work.
Yeah, I was gonna ask a follow-up on that. Of the trades
That
you do
was
take or the ones
liking
you did
some
take,
comments.
you should have, what type of post-analysis do you do to, take away something from that trade so you can be a little bit better the next time that situation arises?
Yep. So I was a real active trader. I might trade on an active day 25, 30 tickers, maybe 5 to 10 on a slower one. So it would just be impractical and not the most value for me to write up every single one. So I would really find like, what are these standout tickers, whether I traded them or not. Like some people are like, oh, should I study my missed trades? And it's just like, well, do you ever want to hit them in the future? Yeah, you know, I would hope so. And so whatever the big tickers were, I would use Evernote, but people use Notion, whatever. There's all sorts of things. I would take the chart. I would annotate the chart with what the proper entries were, any other notes I wanted to notice. And then I would do a very detailed write-up. The more important the play was, like if this was potentially a play of the year or a play of the month, that is going to get a multi-paragraph deep study from me. If it was a slow day, but hey, this was the one op, I could have made 5K, 10K, you know, maybe it gets a little paragraph. If I'm burnt out or lazy, look, maybe I'm just going to clip the chart at the least. This stuff does not take a lot of time. And the beauty of it was then, over the course of years, I had this amazing database. If I look back in my Evernote, I have the 2021 top ops. I have the 2020 top ops, the 2019. I can go back all these years and find like the 20, 30, 40, 50 best charts of each year. And to be able to run through that and get reps and restudy that, it's just such an effective way of studying. It's
How did that
incredible.
not go?
Yeah, and you know, obviously, just like creating that
because the
resource
cooler's in it.
itself,
That's why.
That's going to cement in your mind exactly what you're looking for and help build that intention.
100%. Even if you never review it ever again, it's
How is that not going?
Exactly. There's a really good question from Arif. Lance, do you trade this type of capitulation trade if it seems to occur during lunch hours? What time period of the market provides the best outcomes for capitulation trade setups?
Yep, great question. I think without a shadow of a doubt, the most capitulation tends to occur off the open. Why is that? The reason why is obviously a lot of stuff happens overnight, and the market really hasn't had the price discovery mechanism until that open. So often what might happen is news comes out or the market panics overnight, the market's gapping down 2, 3, 4%.
DIS and
yeah, like
WBD,
the
Disney,
indices and the
Warner,
futures
Oh, you
have been
piece
able
of
to
shit.
trade. But if you're trying to
NBA broadcast rights,
panic
that's
out of,
Delta India, Sandy,
I know
Whiskey,
Tesla
Bravo,
made this
Delta.
great panic on some of when the Russia-Ukraine
There
war
you go, baby.
was escalating, and it's like, look, if this stuff escalates overnight, you don't have the chance to sell your Tesla. You might be able to sell Qs or whatever, but you can't sell the Tesla. And so off the open is where you tend to get the most flush out. You tend to get the most people that need to liquidate. So I would say the open is definitely
How
the
is
best.
this not going?
One thing that you do need to be wary of, especially midday, especially around the lunch hour, is most stocks are kind of range bound and consolidating then. And so if a stock is doing some weird move around
How is this
lunch,
not going?
I would be a little worried. Is there news out there, right? Because I'm really trying to do this in stocks without news. So it's one thing if the whole market's rolling over and everything's flushing out. If it's just one stock doing this kind of idiosyncratic move, I'm extra cautious of making sure there's no news. I guess that would be my one warning. Then, of course, we tend to also get panics into the close, especially if there's like big Fed days or big panics. Or
Piece of
2020.
shit.
The open and
Immediately.
close, tend to be pools of liquidity, especially the close. So those are kind of the times where I think you're most likely statistically to see them.
Didn't give it
And
enough.
if there's
Oh, well.
a major announcement that's going to be coming on, you know, Fed minutes, something similar to that, what do you do to prepare for that event? How do you
Hey,
basically
look at that
generalist
boy.
investors that
Lord
you're ready
Tony
to go
better
to
get
if
it.
there's a flush, a potential for a mean reversion play? What's kind of your process for prepping for a potential, you know, game-changing news event?
Yep, sure. So for most news things, I want to be with the trend. So with the Fed, or any big kind of even call it like CPI, whatever else, any macro event, any news catalyst, I'm largely thinking, how can I go with this trend? What are the tickers that are going to be in play? And there's essentially two ways, right? Well, not really two ways, there's many ways, but the two big things I look for is first the breaking news headline. Will the Fed say anything offsides? First of all, you need to prep and know what is offsides. Where does sentiment lie going into this? Have stocks really, really run up expecting one message? What would be the offsides for where the market's positioned? We talk about that pendulum again, like the question Lucas asked. If stocks are maybe like a 13 or a 14, we're starting to get a little euphoric into this meeting, and then the Feds just rug pull everyone, I am going to be super prepared to go real aggressive on that short. So that breaking news headline is the first way I might play it. The second way is waiting for something to set up where we make that initial move. We then have a really nice consolidation. And then I want to find the stocks holding up the most. What are the stocks that made the really big move, but then are barely pulling back, consolidating super tight? I don't want to play it in there because that I consider the range bound consolidation. But boom, once they break out, I might want to hop on and really look for that that move. I really won't. For me to fade and do mean reversion with a catalyst, especially something like the Fed, CPI, whatever, it would need to be really, really exceptional. Meaning, okay, the market's going from 2% to Qs plus 3, and something just really capitulated to like plus 10%. I would need a huge spread versus the market for me to want to get involved. It would need to be a real big flush out on either side.
Yeah, perfect. Just have a few more questions here. First, let's see. I saw a good question here. Here's what it was. I remembered. So, how would you classify the types of setups you trade the most? And of those, which is kind of your preference, which you tend to trade the most, and what's like your most profitable type of setup?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I had a lot of, I know I get kind of pigeonholed into things, rightly so, but I kind of really traded everything from merger arbs to imbalances, from low floats, mean reversion, with the trend, breaking news, swings. So I really did a lot of everything, but the bread and butter would probably have been probably the mean reversion plays when things did panic, or that would have to be number one, just because there were some really crazy days, whether it's like a GME AMC panic or during the COVID panics or some of the flash crashes. So that was huge. Breaking news would probably have to be my second category. I don't think I was probably I think I was probably one of the best in the world at the capitulations. I think I was probably, there were a couple people better than me with the breaking news, but I was pretty damn good and would just do the size. So I think that's number two for me. And a lot, I would also say, depends the market. Like what I really talk about is finding the broken slot machine and like not getting too stuck in your ways. So there's some years where you have certain themes, right? Last year was CPI. This year's banking crisis. 2020 and 2021 were meme stocks. 2018 or 19 we were the Trump
running
tariffs.
video
But
calling
you always
with
have these
WhatsApp and
themes that are
Messenger
really
to
driving
share your
markets and the
view
biggest
on a
moves.
video call.
And I really want to move to wherever that volatility is. Like so many people say, oh, stick to one product and one type of thing, watch gold trade every single day. It's like, you can watch gold trade every single day, but let me break you the bad news. 99% of the time, GLD, spiders, all these super liquid efficient instruments, 99% of the time it's noise. I'd rather find like the 1% in play thing each day and study that, and you're going to learn so much faster. And so every year I try to ask myself, what is the theme? What is the market offering the most reward to trade? Some years are hot IPO years. You want to know what I do that year? I'm an IPO trader that year, right? Because that's what's in play, right? There's been like when Fiverr IPO'd or Alibaba, or when those Chinese IPOs were going nuts. Like you need to find whatever's in play, and that's what I'm going to adapt myself to. And so many people are like, oh, I've never traded CPI before. Well, guess what? Nobody has. CPI was never in play. And the people that did the best were the people that recognized CPI is going to be the theme this year. I'm going to adapt to this as quick as possible. And because they're adapting faster, they're able to hit it harder before the trade goes out of play, right? Because the more attention and attraction you get, boom, starts to become more efficient and out of play. I don't know what the next thing will be. This year was clearly financial crisis. And a lot of that was you had huge breaking news headlines. You had huge capitulations. I'm trading all that, but whatever's a crazy thing. As I like to say, whether it's socks or stocks, I'm going to be there.
Socks or
And do you have any
stocks?
tips for helping identify that theme early, for, paying attention and being ready?
I think being open-minded.
You got good banana.
you never really know where it could be, but I think like if you're open-minded,
Ooh.
it's not really a secret. You know, what are they talking about on
damn.
CNBC? They were talking about CPI all of last year, the banking crisis. If I had to take a guess, what might be the next theme? Like we could be seeing AI now just with the NVIDIA, and you don't necessarily need
Stocks
to be
only
like
go up.
Nostradamus predicting all this stuff, right? Like, yeah, you can sometimes take a guess, but a lot of times,
So I took a
like,
GL
trends
Golf
don't
Lima
last a day
on
or a week.
conference
Like,
call.
I can
Globe
see
Life
that
says may
NVIDIA earnings, and I
consider
feel like, oh
accelerating
my,
share
you know,
repurchase
AI could
program.
become the
They
theme for the rest of the year.
consider
So it's
accelerating
not
it.
so much about being
May,
some
huh?
people are great at that. Like I know a couple traders that are incredible predictors, like this dude Graf, but like it's for normal folk like me. I just keep my head on a swivel. And look, AI could be next, or it could be some idiosyncratic black swan. You know, like who saw COVID? Nobody, right? But when that happens, you gotta just keep your head on and pay attention to what people are talking about.
Yeah, great. Lance, just one more question before wrap up. This has been fantastic. How do you handle halts in stocks that you're trading? How do you analyze that when it's part of the down leg, and then also if you get in it and it's halted, how do you manage that situation?
Yep, totally. And so part of being with the trend and trying to live with the trend is I really try not to be on the other side of a halt. Meaning if something's going limit down, I probably want to either be short or flat and definitely not long. Again, like that's my general rule. There are exceptions. Like if something's just so panicked and so capitulating, and I don't think I'm going to be able to get stock because it's going to halt and just gap up a zillion, I will get some stock. But I would say the amount of times where things go so much further than you expect has made me create the rule. I mean, we saw Kodak. Was that 2020? I can't really remember. I mean, we've seen some things really go super nuts. And so I try to never be on the same side. In fact, I always tend to be with the trend. And what a halt effectively is it's an imbalance between supply and demand, right? The reason why it's halting is because the clearing price based on all of the selling should really be lower. So I don't want to, if the market's saying the clearing price in this moment in time should be lower, I don't really want to be on the wrong side of that, unless it's really special. And the other thing is vice versa. If I'm long into some of those, like if you want a great example, there was WAL, the day it went from like 30 to 8 or something, then bounced back to like 32 or whatever. A lot of people took sales too early, even though the trend was so strong, because they had a price target in mind rather than riding the wave. I just want to ride the wave, whichever way it is. As long as that wave's going to take me, I want to be a part of it unless it really starts to go nuts. And like stuff like WAL, where it's just limit up, that stuff can really go and surprise you.
Yeah,
and I want all that asymmetry. I almost never want to be selling into those up halts because you might really get some really nice legs from that.
Yeah, great. Perfect.
I wanted four. No.
Where can people learn more from you?
I wanted the 430 or whatever the heck it was. Now we got a hidden seller here.
Motivation for all the traders watching.
Sure. Well, as all the haters would say, this blown up, washed up, fake scammer trader. I run a nonprofit called the Impact Competition, impactcompetition.org. And what I do is I host competitions at colleges.
That was
where students
dirty.
get to tackle local social issues in their community. I give them cash prizes. I give them seed money to the winning team. So we have students tackling gun violence in Chicago. We have students in Houston helping food insecurity. We have youth mentorship. We're at a dozen schools. Always appreciate any support there.
Freaking
for all
that
my
is
trading content,
dog
you can follow
shit.
me on Twitter at the1lanceb. My tip for those struggling is I'm kind of a big fan of Buddhist philosophy.
He's not hidden.
And,
Yeah, he was. We were smacking that at.
Parable.
Look at that. You're telling me that's not a hidden seller?
Might be bad, might be good. What seems
On
good
my
might be good, might be
L2?
bad.
Not on your freaking book map or whatever?
I'm just a true believer in having faith that everything works out in the end. And so whether it's through trading or something else.
Over 100K just smacking that ass and not moving it.
Life is special. Life is beautiful. Just enjoy the ride, man, for whatever it is. Enjoy the process. And when you do that, it takes care of the rest, one way or the other.
Oh, and they said it 40
feel
gig.
free to reach out. Always trying to help. And thank you all for listening.
Office, room handling,
Yeah,
video,
Lance,
audio,
this has been really
Damn
great,
it,
and
that's
it's a
hot.
different perspective than a lot of what the other traders are offering. But there, as we mentioned, we were chatting beforehand. There's a foundational truth to all the trading styles that are successful. So thank you for sharing yours. To everybody watching, I hope you enjoyed. Please go ahead and leave a like down below.
What-
Lance, subscribe.
What kind of delay is there on that kind of thing? Like 2 milliseconds?
What is up, everybody? Today I'm going to be doing a very quick dive into Golf Lima, Globe Life Incorporated, Fuzzy.
Well, there's still a
Panda
delay. It's gotta be
keeping
like
out short on this name
blink of an
today.
eye is what I'm getting at.
Otherwise, I really had no familiarity with this name. I don't know if I've ever traded it, and I can't look anymore. So who knows? But what happened
GL
was
getting ready to
pre-market,
juice, huh?
Fuzzy Panda
ABC,
comes up short.
ABC
Fuzzy
Biopharma.
Panda Research is
annualized now
a short seller, kind of like Citron
28%,
or
that's
Prescience
ABC.
Point or any of those other guys that just sometimes put out these
We're up 350,
tip
Vega.
pieces on stocks. Decent reputability. I don't think they're kind of the king, like say like a Muddy Waters or someone, but definitely there's someone that's had a history of these. If you've not really documented these before, that's a good project. Congrats, you now have homework. Worth going back and evernoting and writing up all their past shorts, going through some of the other famous short sellers and doing that as well. So anywho, this stock gets pretty dinged pre-market. We're opening down close to 10 points. What's so notable
Cleaning
is
up
this
my
is a
watch
Nike
list right now.
stock, and this
Yeah,
actually
still
had a
moving
delayed
up.
open. What happens with the delayed open is generally there's just such a large imbalance that it doesn't really open right at 9:30, and that's why you can even notice the volume in this second bar being so much bigger than the 9:30 bar, and so nothing so huge about that, but just that's generally a good sign that like, something's amiss. Why the hell is there
ByteDance
such
says
a
it sent
large
TikTok
sell
Lite risk
off the
assessment
open?
report to the EU.
The stock then trends lower. We do kind of make a right side of the V play,
In
and
response
already
to
for a
EU.
short report, like that's actually a really, really big move.
Mention
Obviously
a
not
possible
with
risk
what happens later in the day.
upon
But I
tomorrow.
actually
That's-
don't think there's anything wrong with buying that break of prior bar highs. So I actually think buying that turn, again, as people know, I use 2-minute bars, yada, yada, yada. We have pretty huge volume capitulation. We have a turn, and that's actually a totally great play to use a trailing stop. And, you get in 86, whatever, and you get out kind of a little above 90. That's like a super solid trade. You've got defined risk. I don't love it. I don't think it's super amazing, but I do think that's like a solid little layup trade. What's so interesting though is you always want to set an alert at lows of the day or highs of the day. Anything with a news catalyst or anything that makes some big move, anything on my watch list, I am always setting alerts at the highs or the lows of the day. I am also using, I used to use like 100 share alerts. Just so I can kind of, I don't mind 100 shares. It just allows me to see it. So anywho, this stock ends up going close to lows later in the day, and then we roll over. We break below 84-ish. We're not particularly clean anywhere, but what we do is we start holding that moving average. These are just Bollinger Bands. And this is just so essentially
5 gig
moving
fiber.
average, simple moving average.
Jeez,
We
how much
start
a month do you have
roll
to pay for that?
One thing that's worth noting is this volume is super steady and consistent.
I have to pay
very, very steady. The volume
my
this
fiber
thing is
connection
doing,
when I get
is
it. It'll be
super nuts.
$150 a
And
month
keep
for
in mind,
a
this
gig.
is a news catalyst. Whether you want to believe the short,
But you might be
report or
like,
not,
wow.
news, at least
Let's
to
take
me, is fairly
LAZR,
binary.
Lima Alpha,
And there's a
Zulu,
catalyst
Romeo.
out.
Sure seeing a
So
spike
if
in
this breaks
activity
the
at the
lows, I
highs
want
for
to keep
LAZR.
getting short.
But I pay
I don't
Of course,
$150
let me know
particularly
the
love
company
the
does
setup,
have an
like,
event scheduled
I
for
don't
today.
mind
2
shorting a
o'clock
little bit
Eastern
with
I pay
the
$150 a month right now
LAZR.
for
Generally,
20
I don't really
megabits.
capture these moves. Like I know this kind of melted
So,
from
I
85
ain't gonna
way
complain.
lower. I tend to not really
$60
be
for
super
one.
good at catching that. Like for me, if I do short,
No,
on-
this is not a new
yeah,
platform. This
I
is
just-
figured you
trading
out.
whatever reason,
ideas.
I never tend to give it
Different
a
ways
wider
different
out.
people
I tend
trade.
to really just catch
This comes
very
after a company
specific
in,
legs.
announced in May.
But when I
accelerate
talk about reverse
share purchase
engineering,
program.
I really think what you can do with
205
some of
gig.
this stuff
Jeez.
is
I mean, I don't
look
need.
back
I don't
and
even
say,
need 1
like,
gig, but
okay,
I'm
you know,
gonna
what were
get
the
it.
signs? Really high volume staying steady. And so you can take a mental note that this held the
Netflix
moving
and
average for a very long time. And now you might say, Lance, that's hindsight. And you're dead right. It is hindsight.
It's a
But as
flex
far
at that
as
point,
reverse
Battles.
engineering plays, I
It's a
do
freaking
want to
flex,
note
baby.
that. And maybe if I go back to my database, maybe I find that once these things get going, some of these big picture moves do hold that moving average.
Extra
So
coach strength, big hairy
it
freaking
might
A.
be statistically significant
2,000 a month for
nevertheless,
5
but that's where you use
terabyte.
data to
Hilo,
test
are
your
you
hypothesis.
joking?
So what ends up happening is
Wait, what?
we have so many down bars in a row, down, 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 and down, and down. Then we finally, I would say, so I never want to be long against that trend. This is just way too steady. We're not even below the lower Bollinger. The slope is essentially -1. We
I was
start
gonna
to
figure it out
increase,
on the
but
fly.
it's not until
Real Dawn, it was real. It was
and that
fine
bar
until
where we
last
halt
week
lower
when I
limit,
had like a
that I would say
$5,500,
we're actually
well,
starting to
$5,000 red
capitulate.
week.
The volume's really increasing. The bars are
Gave
starting
back
to
most of my
increase.
profit on the year.
Oh crap! I just lost it.
23 a month for 100.
and,
down for,
Um,
gosh.
So the issue here, though, is that these bars, like this 1342 and this 1346,
RIVN,
um,
Rivian, large option.
these
trade
aren't
here, the
increasing in size. So
9.5
this does
calls
finally
expiring
turn.
on
I don't
Friday,
think there's
that's revealing
anything
India Victor in
wrong.
November.
It's not so awful to buy that turn, but like I'm not so surprised that this doesn't end up going. Just because
It's
these
going
couple
around.
bars weren't really expanding in size. And yes, I know there's halts involved. Like nevertheless, it's not expanding in range. The volumes weren't too impressive and stuff. I don't mind potentially, like if I miss this turn, I don't mind potentially rebuying some in here or rebidding a little against these lows. I don't love it, but I don't mind it. This is a pretty massive move. And generally these things, like, you know, the market's fairly efficient. I'd say for the most part, most short reports are not spot on correct. Like the amount of times where a stock is just totally taken to the woodshed and the Grim Reaper and it's dead in 2 days, very, very unlikely. Maybe like a couple a decade. So anywho, this fails to bounce. We kind of double top at around 62.50. We then kind of make a lower high. So this roll right here, below 55 at those lows, I actually think this was probably the second best setup of the day. I know you might say, Lance, but you missed the whole move from 80 to 55. Yeah, I just don't, that's not what I tend to catch with my system. I'm sure there's some trader out there that's able to super epic crush that and saw this coming. For me and my skill set, that's just not my expertise. But what I do love is this 55 break. Because now the stock's already proven like, oh my God, we're in panic mode. We go from essentially 105 pre-market in the prior day all the way down to 55 and we can't even bounce, right? We fell 50 points and the most we can bounce is like 7. You know, that is like a 15% bounce. That's not good. That's not what you want to see if base case is a 50% retracement. So sure enough, the bars really, really tighten up going into that $55 support. When we break that support, that for me and my system is a short. You got a news catalyst. This thing didn't really capitulate here. We can't bounce. And so the nice part though is the way these bars set up is your risk is really fairly defined. Again, I tend to use prior bar highs. You can use whatever. But when this can't bounce after such a big move like that, that's when this really has capitulation potential. So truth be told, as many people know, I don't really tend to trade that much at all anymore. I sell little options, but I don't think I've traded.
This thing can suck a cock.
I don't think I've traded much since SMCI for the most part, but so didn't have much going on today. So let's see. But I did actually trade this, and I ended up hopping on I called some SMB guys, and so they can also confirm that I traded this. I'm not bullshitting. But anywho, I did take like a little stab on this turn when we weren't able to bounce. You know, I was out a little bit here. Then at 55, if you're long anything, you need to get out at 55. I would argue you want to flip short here. So I did flip short for a little size, nothing crazy. For the most part, I was more interested in this capitulating and getting long, just because so often these tend to have mega bounces. You know, it's like a $10 billion company. $10 billion company, multiple analysts out there. Markets are pretty efficient. I tend to, when these mega capitulate, the data, again, if you guys do these analyses, you'll find that the data really favors a bounce post capitulation. And so sure enough, again, I use prior bars. So this short actually worked out really well. But here's the thing. We finally start to really make a move. Once we gap to this 45 and go lower, now we're really, really talking. So the beautiful part with longs is as this goes down, you can only lose some maximum amount. It's way safer than shorts. Like SMCI is way scarier as far as a risk perspective than this. And even if this thing is like the worst piece of shit on earth, this stuff doesn't really go to zero overnight. You know, there's still going to be pretty much a market and debate, and you know, even the allegations weren't like, oh my God, this company is a total fraud, zero, whatever, blah blah blah. So once we start really going, from when we were started sticking the lower, like at this 41 whatever, I just flipped long there.
It's funny, Blazing.
For pretty big size. You know, my short was not big. Like, so already at this lower limit, I wanted to just start to have size because the reward is so big at that point, you know, like, so here's the thing, like this prior range, this prior price acceptance is at $60. I'm now buying it $41. Like, you know, that's 20 points away. And the odds of this ever getting to 20 or staying there, in my mind, in one day are near zero. The odds are so favored that you're going to see 50 plus, or even maybe 55, 60 plus, way before you ever lose that amount. So that lower limit, again, I don't actually normally tend to want to buy on the lower limits, but this was so juicy enough to me that I didn't want this to get away from me. So I probably got like, I ended up getting a lot of size in this. I know people will call bullshit, whatever, don't care. But so I probably bought like, I don't know, like 25,000 here. And then I had a large bid at 39.10, which I didn't get fully filled, but I was willing to start to pyramid into this pretty large. Again, mostly because I have the data on this, and I have the strong belief that this isn't really, you know, going to zero anytime soon, and that the data on these are pretty good. And now that we're really mega capitulating, like the volume was insane on these bars. So I was really into this. So one thing that's worth talking about, and like the power of trading in pods, like, so I was on the call with some of the SMB guys, and we were, you know, they were talking about size and stuff, and I try not to interfere too much. You know, people need to do their own thing. People need to learn, and like, I'm not there to kind of, you know, like, I want to nudge people, but I want people to like ultimately learn from their own stuff. But when they were talking about their sizing as this is going on, oh, so one other thing before I forget, any single time a stock gets halted, you have, you know, volatility halt, you generally have 5 minutes. Do not waste that time. Never, ever waste a volatility halt. You need to use those productively to game plan. Where do you want stock? What is your, you know, where's the trend? What indicators are you looking for? You really want to always
buying
think,
freaking
what
25,000
size do I want in
shares,
certain
stock
places?
halting
Do
down.
not ever waste a
Guy's got
volatility
some
halt. That is the one thing when I was running
ball
office,
size.
like, look, you know, love me or hate me, I was a strict boss. And some people hated that, but we ran a tight ship, and we were a cohesive, efficient team. And we frickin' performed really well as a result of that. And so every halt, we were always game planning. No one was fooling around. No one was like, oh my God, I can't believe this is doing.
I just checked out
we were just simply
MSOS. It's
saying,
not
what's the
doing
plan?
anything.
What do we
It's
think?
so
What are we
weird that
looking for?
MSOS
How much size do we
doesn't
want?
go on the days that
Ultra-focused.
pot stocks
And
go.
so this was something I was
Makes sense
very
of that one.
comfortable going very big in. And so some of the guys on the SMB call, you know, they were talking about their size. And in my view, look, I don't think this is the greatest op ever, but I do think, I knew in the moment this was going to be a top op of the month. And this being a second leg with that volume, I was like, hey guys, like, how much are you guys really risking? I think you're undersizing this. And, during those halts, I kind of convinced them that they were. And as a result, we all were able to do better. So, yeah, that was a point I wanted to make. And so the other thing, too, of a reason why I was willing to get size on the downside, which I normally don't want to do, is just because this is so much gap risk. I was really scared that this would halt limit up, and then I wouldn't be able to get the stock I want. Like, it wouldn't have surprised me if this halted limit up, then you open like 46 or 48 or something, and maybe this really bounces well. So I ended up getting up to, I didn't get fully filled at the low, but then, and so one thing is I'll definitely use stop orders. Like if there's something that I really think is going to create that momentous that turn to the limit up, I will have stopped orders.
Sisu getting close to that
exactly
high.
where I put the stop. But I
It's 80 cents away,
once
I guess.
once I couldn't get filled at 39 and we immediately
My
shot
size
back up to
again.
like 41ish, I think I had my stop at like, maybe like 42 up to maybe it was 41 up to the upper limit. I don't really remember. But I ended up getting pretty large size, whatever I could. And so I ended up between it all getting up to maybe like, I don't know, 60, 70,000 shares, which that sounds like a lot and obviously is for most people, not recommended. But for me, I just felt at $40, the probability that this actually sticks the landing and settles in sub 30 seemed so low. Again, this is backed on data. I've recorded these for a zillion years. And the odds are very asymmetric. Like I'm thinking, how am I going to lose 10 points? Seems improbable when literally 10 minutes later, I'm up 10 points. So let's see. I normally do 2-minute bar lows. So this ends up taking me for some. Obviously, you can't get out of this position, nor did I want to. I really was thinking big picture. And so even during the call when I was talking to some of the guys, like, I'm like, guys, you need to think of the big perspective. Some of these guys are like, oh man, should I get out of some at like 45, 46, 47? I'm like, guys, the stock literally came from like freaking 105. Like an hour ago, the stock was at $80. Like you don't need to be eager to sell. It's actually a shame that this was so close to the close, but I'll get to that later. But anywho, I did take some off at prior bar lows. I probably sold, I probably sold 10 to 20-ish, up by 50. And what's so interesting is we break prior bar lows and then we just don't go down anywhere. And that's exactly what I wanted to see. I wanted to see us break this moving average that it had kind of been holding. And so then for a 10-point bounce, 10-point plus bounce, we really are not pulling back at all. So that was really bullish to me. I ended up selling a pretty good chunk into the close just because I don't love having a ton of overnight risk where it's going to just affect my sleep and everything else. But a good chunk I also wanted to hold on to. Why is that? Sure enough, like this ends up getting a rebuttal. Not even a good rebuttal. This was a shitty rebuttal after hours. And sure enough, like we curled up all the way to 58. So I was able to sell another chunk into that. Right now, I don't have huge size on left, maybe 15-ish. Let me see if there's any other points I want to bring up from notes. Oh, so here we go. A couple people asked about halt risk. And so my analogy I gave is this is not that dissimilar from WAL, where so many people are like, oh my God, halt risk, blah, 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 blah. But again, you need to work that into your expected value equation, right? Is the trade still worth it? So now here's something to keep in mind. Like,
Damn.
for the most part, I never had that much meaningful size, all in through here. And like, if I'm long, odds are this gets a rebuttal, right? Like you definitely want to be probably positioned long into any halt because odds are it's really just going to be halted for that rebuttal. So that does make the short potentially scary. But now think about this. How many minutes was I actually short, right? This is 1440. I'm out by 1458 or so. So I'm holding this position for 18 minutes. The day is a long trading day. like, yes, this can get halted, but the odds of that being halted for those specific 18 minutes are very, very low. And even if it does get halted, like will it even be a good rebuttal? Will people believe it? And like some people on Twitter were like, oh my God, what if they rebutted it and it just goes all the way back up? Yeah, that, again, you're only saying that because you haven't done the work. Like, you literally are saying that based on 0 data points. That never, ever, ever, ever happens in the history of these ever. You know, like most rebuttals are just so par for the course where they barely move the stock. In fact, when they did give their press release later in the day, like it went up like a point. You know, it barely moved 2 points or whatever. So again, it's like people use their lack of preparation to just ignorantly ruin their expected value. Like you can't just make things up and be like, oh my God, if this gets rebutted, it's going up 100, you know, all the way back. Again, that's the importance of doing the hard work. That's the importance of having the database. It's just so important to be informed in this job, and that comes from experience and that comes from doing the work. So no, I didn't view the halt risk on the short side affecting me that much or being that likely. That on the long side, at post capitulation, if anything, it's probably just going to help me. So I thought that was important to add. The other thing too, by the way, is like this final volume was just amazing. You can note that the bottom was actually the top tick volume. That's a really good sign. And just think about it, like the stock was $105. A lot of meat on the bone. I think that kind of covers all my points. But I would say, if this had more time in the day, I do really, really strongly feel that this would have probably kept on bouncing amazing. I think 60 probably would have been no problem. When this holds up so well, I don't think there's, if you miss some of this stuff or you're scared of this stuff, I don't think there's anything wrong with buying in here and giving a little bit looser. For what it's worth, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, a lot of my ability to trade this so big and so well is simply because I've had 10 plus years of data on this. You know, I've traded 10 plus years of short reports. I've seen all the ones of these that have imploded. And then you have comparables. You know, it's like Neil did a good job on Twitter of, you know, highlighting how this setup here where we can't bounce after a big move is similar to what Silicon Valley Bank did during the crisis. There's a zillion other short reports that have made huge moves. I know what those setups look like. I know what those bounces look like. I know what the capitulations look like. I know what the stats are for this to then have a meaningful bounce. Yada, yada, yada. And again, like, you know, it's me having done my homework. It's me having, I mean, I wouldn't say I utilized a pod so much, but it was good on the other. Oh, that's one other thing. So one thing that's super important, especially if you are trading on a pod, whenever a trade's going on, you never ever want to lose focus. Like so often we might miss a trade and then we start cursing like, oh damn, like, oh man,
that GL is pretty tight here on the 5.
Or, oh man, like
even on the 1, that's really tight.
You really don't want to lose focus. Like until the bell rings, and not even, like, your job is to focus and trade and perform. The game's not over until you log out for the day.
What's your Tesla TSLA? No, Tesla tweeting that they're launching the new Model 3 performance.
Are there any real buyers? Are there any
sure,
real
seeing
sellers?
increased activity.
How good is this bounce? Is this
Model 3 performance?
What would this need for you to want to play a continuation play? So during these halts and when this stuff is moving, like, always stay focused. Don't take your eyes off the
right
stuff.
Before an ER too.
Stay in the game. And I think just hold each other accountable to that practice, and it will help your trading so much. If you haven't been diligent in documenting these things, hey, the best time to start was probably 10 years ago.
Back to Geo.
The next best time to start, if you haven't done anything, is tomorrow. I think that's what the saying is. Hope this helped. Feel free to shout at me some questions. I do think this will be interesting to watch tomorrow. Yeah, hope that helps. Thanks, guys.
Good video. Thank you, Nick, for the recommendation.
TSLA Tesla, new Model 3 Performance launching today. Model 3 Performance all-wheel drive at $52,990. That's Tango Sandy Lima Alpha TSLA.
1557. 1 minute. You had shares of 57? Jeez. $25 on this. MFI, did it go? No, it's holding down. Damn. Okay. 10 seconds. Flat resumption. See if it can go. So 50. You go. Give some of the stock odds. Jeez. Really? Selling into that? GL 5-minute. $75 is the level. Volume. Spread all of a sudden? What the hell is that? Okay. Just cutting size because it's just real spready here. Good fill, you turd. Thank you for not dicking me over. Second time through, I'll take it again, but CZO, high day. Anything. CZO. I still kind of like that GL. It's not over yet. Surprised it didn't go there, but it's not over yet. The hell? Oh. I see what you're saying, Nick. I can't pull that ticker up on TradingView. Baba, what you got on Baba? Oof.
Ticker Uber, UBER, they're seeing an increase of activity, new highs, no positive mentions from CNBC on Uber.
ADP Air Products announces plans to build network of commercial scale multimodal hydrogen refueling stations connecting Edmond and Calgary in Alberta, Canada. That's Alpha Delta Papa, ADP. IBCP, Independent Bank Corporation, announces Stephen Goulis as chairperson to the board of directors. That's India Bravo Charlie Papa, IBCP.
Where are we at? Okay. 5. Okay.
JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon, speaking at Economic Club of New York event, says geopolitical situation is most complicated and
Baba,
dangerous
go.
since World War II. Jamie Dimon says our relationship with
Nice
China is very
move for
complicated.
Baba.
Says there's a chance
Damn.
stagflation could happen again. Says U.S. economy is, quote, unbelievable and booming. That, according to JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon.
Why is it moving? Here comes the 40 sneezes in a half hour. Oh, what causes it? It's completely random. It's root beer. So this thing's faster than a Porsche and gets a tax credit. Huh. That's coming from Beta Chuck. Damn, Rocco. A Moxie. Same. EVs in general should be really good at acceleration. Dude, this is so sus. Putting out a new model, good news, so to speak, the day of your ER, not during your ER, but the day before it. This is so sus. It's either Elon just doesn't give a shit, or this ER is going to be bad. $665. Jeez. I Bang Your Mom. It was a lot of just nickel and dime plays, man. There was no home run hit. It wasn't until later in the day that I actually kept the money I made. I was like plus 200, minus 200 most of the day. And then we put some together. Oh yeah. I mean, even the DJT puts was only like a $250 winner when it was all said and done. How about that exit though? Jeez, that was perfect. Calculus, the news is there's a new Model 3 all-wheel drive being put out. Vicariously. It's been a weird trader. Spot juicing. Leaf game. Screw the Leafs. Don't the Bolts play today? Wait, Leaf game? What are you talking about? They played last night. What are you talking about, Gatto? We got Florida and Tampa. Not a must-win, but I really want to see that we can maybe go to overtime at least tonight. CMCSA, why are you juicing? Hello. Must win for Avs. I don't know, man. I don't know if it's a must win as much as it is Georgiev needs to show that he could stop a puck. Because we know Hellebuck can stop a puck. He just didn't the other night. Georgiev needs to step up. Pressure's on him. Avalanche has shown that they could score on Hellebuck. They just need to show that they could stop a puck. And I'm betting the Avs are wishing they had Bo Byram still. FCell. I hate the daily. It's a grinder. GL still juicing. Where's this thing opening at? 35. 5 seconds. Hasn't gapped yet. Didn't gap there. Nice move, though. RVSN 5-minute or daily cuck and go potential there. Up to maybe the 9. Wow. 725. The XYZ. Pretty tight. Hate that it did another cock on the daily. It didn't go. That's 3 times now. Fail, fail, and this will be a fail. Now there's a patent on RVSN. Whoa. Away obstacle detection and down. Okay. Sorry. No, the cooler was stepping in here early. ABVC C005. Wow, NKGN back to the highs. This thing's wild, man. How in the world? Ming Chink, whoa. Cutting the vision pro forecast. Let's try a piece. Give it 10 cents. %50, jeez. And high the rent, why not? Sure, why not? Just go. Just, you know, bad news. Let's just do that. Why not? The XYZ went, missed it. ABVC. Interesting. GL, interesting. CVS now bull. Doesn't look good right now, man. Under the 200, rejecting the 9 EMA on the daily. You might come visit the 6670 trend line. CZO, maybe setting up a 5. To watch how this pans out. What's up, Ace? DJT. Jeez, that might dump here. Cock and drop. Ace, go ahead, man. This is slow time. If anybody has any questions, this is the time to do it. Maverick, let's go. 19.
Thanks for all the entertainment. I've been trading along you for the last 3 years.
Let's go, bud. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the question. Thanks, Cater. I'm 27, buying a house in 5 years. Should I invest my 20K plus 1K a month into a money market or wear a mutual fund? Well, I'm not a financial advisor, so I'm not legally allowed to answer your question like that. But you are young, and if you have disposable income, the market has shown over a long period of time that it will take your money and, if invested properly, give you a greater return. Pen Plus Vision Lego sets from the 90s in a huge box for $30. Go build, baby. Are you freaking kidding me? You probably have a gold mine there, Soils. Do I like them? Recommend? Yeah, that's a good vehicle for sure. That's a popular one, I would say. TLT 10. Got it. I'm not very smart. Well, it'll fit in here well, Ace. And also, if you have a comment for me and not just chat, at me at least so I can see it. It's trying to trade and look at chat is difficult at times. So if you at me, it's easier for me to see, or use channel points. CZOO again. Damn. GL back to the highs. How much you make? So I've never seen Legos for under $100 at my freaking Goodwills. Yeah, it was a nice move by JL. This NIVF still got my attention here. Maybe a 5-minute cock. Yeah, Cosmo, we're green. We're green. $500, buddy. That 1 minute worked nice. So MACD crossing up as well. I'll hold over at 260. It really doesn't get outside that Bollinger Band, does it? No. GL Cook and Go. What is that? A 1 minute? And St. Macy's in sympathy. Not really sure what's going on with Nordstrom. Looks like just technical. A lot of volume there. Spivey play. Look at DJT. Jeez. How you doing? GL again.
Stock J Clap 42.0 Stock J Clap.
Let's go, bud. 42. What is this? Why is Colombia doing? Huh? ChatGPT. I want you to play me a song about the legendary trader Stock Jock.
In a small town bar, there's a trader alone with a worn out suit and a heart of stone. They call him Stock Jock, he's a legend they say. But every trade he makes leads him astray. Been a long, long road of losses and pain.
It's not.
The market's his battlefield, it's where he's slain. Once a champion, but now he's the fool.
Suck a dick!
Trades go south, he can't catch a break. It's so cruel. He sits at his desk, staring at the screen. The numbers keep dropping, it's a broken dream. Every trade he enters, it's a losing bet. Stock Jock's luck has left him in a deep regret.
Mother.
Give him credit, he kept at it like a moron he is.
Suck a dick!
Hit that buy high, sell low. Who was he to kid? That washed up good for nothing, just ran his bank account to its end. He ended up resorting full time to his only fan. Sucking toes, licking pits.
Freaking it!
Anything for a buck. Stock Jock like nothing up besides the bankruptcy truck. The cooler they say about him, a legend to this day. The rise and fall of profit a phoenix someday, someday. Phoenix song. Now I'll say this, the man who sees share a big fat fail cox to his despair, like Aladdin was after him and his tiny bank account, like a killer whale to its prey, tossing it back. The suits had their laugh as they watched his demise. Twitch Jack pointed and laughed.
Suck it.
Gave them such a ride.
I bet it does. Freaking Twitch.
One day Stock Jock will get that trend above. Who are we kidding? That ain't happening. He'll still suck.
Oh, come on! Freaking even AI's got my ass. This clip, Big Harry.
His only fan, sucking toes, licking pits.
Sucking toes, licking pits.
Anything for a buck. Stock Jock like nothing up besides the bankruptcy truck. The cooler they say about him, a legend to this day. The rise and fall of profit, a phoenix someday, someday. Phoenix song. Now I'll say this, the man who sees share a big fat fail cox to his despair, like Aladdin was after him and his tiny bank account, like a killer whale to its prey, tossing it back. His only fan, sucking toes, licking pits.
Auto-tune shock. It's pits, not piss. As in armpits. Good God. I bet you do, dude, Burkett. I don't need to show Bloom nothing. No one needs to see that song over again. Tesla, they have earnings today, so who the hell knows? My guess, down, unless it's already priced in. You gotta set it and forget it. Crashed by AI. Yep. There's protests at the University of Columbia. What did they do? What are they protesting? I really don't. I don't watch TV unless it's hockey or a movie. I have no idea what's going on in the world. Unless it affects the stock market, then I don't know. I just don't know. The murder of tens of thousands of Palestinians. Did something more happen in the Middle East that I'm not aware of? Vietnam War college protests about 5%. Roger that. My AI couldn't. Chat GB, please play a song. No, do not play the song freaking again. Son of a bitch. No, do not play the freaking song again. You understand me?
In a small town bar, there's a trader.
KSS Coles shares
ChatGPT, stop
dipping
song.
on some increased volume.
ChatGPT, stop song.
Shares of Macy's, ticker M.
Stop the song!
Nordstrom, ticker JWN.
He's
Also
a
moving a bit lower over the last
legend,
few minutes,
they
with Coles seeing the most
Every
volume.
trade he
That's Kino Sandy
makes
Sandy,
leads him
KSS.
astray. Been a long, long road of losses and pain. The market's his battlefield, it's where he's slain. Once a champion, but now he's the fool. Trades go south, he can't catch a break. It's so cruel.
Yeah, it is.
He sits at his desk, staring at
Don't you freaking get on.
the numbers keep
Don't listen to
dropping.
Cheese.
It's a broken dream. Every trade he enters, it's a losing bet.
Mother.
Stock jock's luck has left him in a deep regret.
Yeah, that's 2023 at least.
Give him credit, he kept at it like a moron he is.
Can't say that,
Buy
AI.
high, sell low. Who was he to kid? That washed up good for nothing, just ran his bank account to its end. He ended up resorting full time to his OnlyFans, sucking toes, licking pits.
Pits.
Anything for a buck. Stock jock like nothing up besides the bankruptcy truck. The cooler they say about him, a legend to this day. The rise and fall prophet, a phoenix someday, someday. The phoenix song.
ChatGPT, stop playing the song. ChatGPT, stop playing the song.
Now I'll say this, the man who see a share of big fat fail Cox, to his despair, like Aladdin was after him and his tiny bank account, like a killer whale to its prey, tossing it back. The suits had their laugh as they watched his demise. Twitch chat pointed and
Already
laughed,
behind this shit.
gave them such a rise. One day stock jock will get that trend above. Who are we kidding? That ain't happening. He'll still suck.
That's Marty. No, you can't buy that. Was a banger. That was a banger. It's licking pits. Armpits. Pally. It's better curl soon. I mean, it kind of missed the day. Mm-hmm. 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 I bet you do, Big Harry. Freaking A. Market's kind of pushing here. Yeah, take a piss again.
Stock talks the lane. I'm a day trader.
What is this?
In this town. Got my eyes on the market, watching stocks go up and down. Live streaming every trade. Ain't no time to play. With a click and a holler, I bring in the big payday. Numbers on my screen, flickering in green and red. Buy low, sell high, that's the way it's always said. I'm a cowboy in the market, riding the bull with pride, stacking up that dough. It's a wild stock ride.
You wrote
From
this?
the early morning till the closing bell, I'm crunching numbers, making trades that sell.
This one sucks.
Charts and graphs, I navigate this crazy game. Day after day, I'm building up my fame.
Music kind of slaps.
John's the name, I'm a day trader in this town. Got my eyes on the market, watching stocks go up and down. Live streaming every trade, ain't no time to play. With a click and a holler, I bring in the big payday.
You have 2 million points, dude, Burkett? Jeez. Can rock hard somewhere. John Deere. Cough syrup? What are you talking about? We're $500 right now. Huff and Deet. Hmm. What? I can't. Hang on. Shut your freaking mouth. I still don't understand the zoom move. Some big boy's just buying it. M10 hit my scanners. Yep, daily cock on that. 4 is still a level. Wow, again. M10 again. Where's the bid support? Oh, okay. NCI going for it. I'm going to do a small position here. There's way too much volume for this spot. If it comes down, I can add, but if it goes, I just want to be in and for a piece. High's 99. Damn. What meta news? I didn't see meta news. M10. $4 was the level a couple days ago. Look at that. Something like this. Jeez. I don't know what to think about this thing. Markets are getting funky. I don't know where I drew this diagonal from, but we're at it. Big wick energy. HCP. I don't even. Oh, I have Bizinger muted like an idiot. What was the news? IBM acquisition. All right. I'm gonna call it. See, this is a song. ChatGPT did me well here. I'm gonna call it here. 2 o'clock. Been up since 6:45. I'm tired. I might come back later on Discord for Tesla ER. Whatever, floor top of list. Is this real? IBM Nears deal for cloud software provider HashiCorp. Oh. Okay. 330 Siru. Jeez. I'm tired. I'm beat up. Freaking ChatGPT's even dissing me. Holy jeez. We'll go say hey to Raquel. She already knows it's not my birthday. She already knows I'm not 50. See y'all tomorrow. Be back at it probably same freaking time, 6:45 a.m. Peace out. Sissy 3
spinning like webs in the night, but I'm the spider.